Garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget?
Oh, you did it, Sherlock. The case is closed and all reward...
It was the best decision I could obtain. The truth must be told in...
By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother?
Oh, yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock? You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but
Take a look. Try it on. It'll be a nice purchase.
Refresh your interior. Pick what you love. My goods will brighten up your house. Enjoy your purchase.
Come closer and try something on. You won't regret it.
Exquisite furniture for your own.
Extra! Handsome homicide! Interested in some Cordona news? Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Good luck, Mr. Holmes.
Killed with one... Killed with one perfect shot to each eye. Can you imagine?
Another knife in the pillar.
Come. Decorate your
Don't
house.
miss out on my unique clothes. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look.
Merhaba. It's a good day for a purchase. May your purchase bring you joy.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right up.
Well done, Sherry. The hall now looks much as it did in our youth. Brings back fond memories.
We used to take a shortcut down the banisters, much to everyone's annoyance.
Oh yeah, what fun. They had to fix these handrails several times. I wouldn't try it now, Sherry, tempting though it is.
Good day, sir.
Merhaba. Good day to be alive.
And, by extension, a poor day to take a bullet. Why are you just standing there?
I came to take the deceased to the cemetery, but caught sight of Mother Nature's bounty and had to drink my fill. He won't mind anyway. Let me tell you, friend. The sweet sea air, the calming whisper of the waves, it's a salve for all ills.
Do you know what happened here?
Officer said there was a duel, shots fired, and then that fellow took his last breath. Reminds me of last year.
So the inspectors have been and gone?
Of course. Police don't let an undertaker do his work before they've finished theirs.
You mentioned a previous incident.
It was in the old city ruins. I remember the deceased was very rich. Front page news, very, very rich he was. But a coin makes a poor shield, as I always say. And who needs it when a view like this is free?
Who died?
Oh, no, mister. It is not my place to say.
Not your place? Nonsense. As you say, he won't mind.
Death with dignity, that's all we can hope for, sir. He doesn't need his name out there.
We're done.
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. You know the rest.
The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died in... Predictably, the rumours were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed. A key for a birdcage? I'll take it. A Webley top-break revolver. Blank cartridges filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless, even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
Ah, the contest then. I shall prove my blank cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact. A case for dueling Webley revolvers. The corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped. Your opponent was behind you. The duelist eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds. A blindfold, discarded or lost.
You know what? That undertaker has a point. It is beautiful here.
Red stains, relatively fresh. One chamber is empty, the others are filled with live rounds. An Amat revolver, .42 caliber. The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded. This seems plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
far over the misty water cold. I always admire the way you notice such details.
In such moments, I often recall Mother's voice teaching us of the importance of the smaller details. The world hangs on small hinges, John.
Even the most chaotic miracle becomes sequential when you take a closer look. I remember.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know? Did he see it all around him, do you think, before he covered his eyes and drew his pistol?
The deceased was a member of the Blind Dueling Club, hence the blindfold. Do you know of it?
Never heard of such a thing. You ask me, people ought to open their eyes to the world, not look away.
Enough tomfoolery. Give me the victim's name.
I told you that's his business, not yours. 2 men duelled, 1 man died. When you hit a rock, stop digging.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his duel opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Oh, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare. Wait, what? Is this Mother's magnifying glass? How did it end up here? What happened?
Sherry, you really need to learn to let miracles happen. The whole world is one big, unresolved, chaotic miracle.
But they will become sequential if you take a closer look. I do remember what Mother told us, but that explains nothing.
Just let things happen, all right? Besides, this little miracle will look perfect in our manor, don't you think?
Sometimes I think beauty can blind you, or you can be blind to beauty, you know?
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Life's too short to be short with people.
Enough tomfoolery. Give me the victim's name.
I told you that's his business, not yours. 2 men duelled, 1 man died. When you hit a rock, stop digging. Doesn't ring a bell. What does this have to do with me?
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his dual opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last. You may return to your vacant stare.
Nice to see you.
Any progress with the case, Mr. Holmes?
الجديد في الضيافة.
All the newspapers are sold out.
Look, the cutest thing you'll see all day. Hamlet staged by children. It was in the very place marked on the treasure map.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
Is this familiar to you?
I'm sorry, but I can't help, officer.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer, I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another. I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub, I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key.
Only German composers feature here. It appears the parents are dearly missed. Our beloved parents, 1875, Baden-Baden. Rest in peace.
Look at those vases, Sherry. Bet they cost a fortune. It would be a shame if someone broke them. Oh, I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with a blindfold.
Pew, 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 pew. Can I ask you a question?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
An ointment by a Dr. Herbert with a lavender and pine scent. A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent. The rounds have been emptied. The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but she covered the locked windows with painting. The end and the beginning. The end and the beginning. Excellent score. A wealthy man in his 60s. Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879. A typical crest for a league or a guild. Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration. This whip is well loved and well used. May I ask for your assistance?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
I don't understand.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them. Eric, he never said a word.
One of the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him.
There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists in different ways.
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute it. Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Could you help me?
Yes, I knew that gossip would be helpful. I know about that.
Landscapes and portraits. Find the one that your house is lacking. My goods will brighten up your house. Enjoy your purchase. You'll never find such magnificent paintings anywhere else. Just take a look.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. Club members only. Please come in, sir. The gentleman...
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Just die! I thought we were against murder.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Take this!
Look
can overcome the brute now.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Time to knock this guy out.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Overcome him, don't rush.
I'm coming for you. I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until next month.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
He's all you...
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
No more.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm gonna hurt you.
Too simple.
I'm coming.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
Too simple.
I must say, Sherry, that was near perfect. Could it be that you're not completely hopeless?
The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition. All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels. A nice apricot aroma. Marilyn schnapps, I presume. Half full. 2 glasses with dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John? Glass crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible. Clever system. The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes. And if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
So, you are Mr. von Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and witness to Mr. von Staub's murder.
Incorrect. I am the best shot at the club. Heinrich Vögen von Kram. But how did you know I was there?
Your clothes, Mr. von Kram. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins. And your jacket features a bloodstain from your attempts to save Mr. von Staub.
That is impressive.
It is merely inferential. Now, a few questions, if I may.
Be my guest. I have nothing to hide.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver, and further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had only blank cartridges, and a fallen friend at our feet. He was our focus.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this.
It seems you owed Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Erich was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen this before.
I need to be elsewhere. A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. I could use one for my analysis. Record.
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
Recordings labelled in Braille. Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder. How to sharpen one's senses. Arrived just yesterday. Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand. You and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now.
I've never seen this before.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish. My eyes make me a poor witness, I'm afraid.
Yes, your blindness. An affliction since childhood, one presumes. No scars on your face, and you carry yourself with confidence.
I'm starting to see your worth, Mr. Holmes.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name. I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about.
I need to be elsewhere.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen this before.
Last year, there was a similar incident in which a duelist died. What can you tell me?
A tragedy. I shot too well, and my opponent stumbled from the impact. He slipped and fell down the cliff. I regret it all. I have not participated in a duel since. Instead, I only take the role of a referee and supervise the proceedings for safety. I swore that no other club member would die in a duel. Alas, someone else intervened. Can we just get this over with?
Fancy. Not every manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkress, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration.
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation. I don't know what you're talking about.
I need to be elsewhere. As it happens, a Lamat .42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a .36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
I need to be elsewhere.
Hey.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day. Good day, officer. Miss von Staub.
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
Thank you for your time, miss. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. The end and the beginning. I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death and came to an unexpected conclusion.
How? Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
This is absurd. I've never even been to that cursed place.
A moment, if I may.
This is torture.
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. The missing box in your brother's room contained a Lamat, the same weapon used for the murder. You stole it to kill your brother.
What? No. Eric was obsessed with guns. I bet he simply left that revolver somewhere else.
Yes, it was left somewhere else. The crime scene. Abandoned in panic, a typical feminine response.
No, I've never been to that cursed place. None of that makes a whit of sense. This is monstrous.
A moment, if I may.
This is torture.
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
The missing box in your brother's room contained a Lamat, the same weapon used... You hid behind the wall in the ruins. None of the others present could have killed Eric from that position. Both the duelists were blindfolded, and Mr. von Kram is ill-sighted.
So nobody saw anything? Your imagination has run wild.
Ah, but you forget one thing. A blind man's other senses grow stronger. Mr. von Kram detected a lavender and pine scent. That of your ointment.
You're taking the word of a sightless man. This is monstrous.
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant, and you could tolerate his abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
Now, Miss von Staub, take your time. Tell me the truth.
After our parents died, my life slowly became hell. My brother began to humiliate me. Then he became violent. Each day he'd invent a new punishment. Shut my room, burn my paintings, starve me. And without fail, I would be beaten. All visits were forbidden, all contact verboten. I was his caged bird. His pet. When we did go out, he used me to bait influential people. He sold me to Mr. Boddington simply to earn a place amongst this island's elite.
Was that not freedom from your brother?
He sold me as a thing, sir. Who do you think this gentleman was? I could not endure more cruelty. Mr. Holmes, I'm begging you. Please don't do this to me. Don't throw me from one cage to another.
You have suffered enough, Miss von Staub, but now it is over. I will not turn you in to the police.
I don't know what to say. What will happen with the case?
The usual. With their typical stupidity, the inspectors will confidently declare the case a tragic accident, and that will be that.
I didn't expect such kindness.
Kindness? No, where the truth reveals injustice, I expect accountability, but in this matter, Miss von Staub, I see no injustice at all.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll never forget what you're doing.
Extra! Turn in a blind eye. A blind jewel takes on the beating. The murderer of von Staub remains at liberty. The cheapest news on the island. Thank you.
Not bad. Sit down. Seni görmek mi? Hello.
Other gangs are planning. Other gangs are planning an attack.
Other gangs are planning an attack on the backyard, boys. Other gangs are planning...
some clothes and help me feed my family.
One man's trash is another man's furniture. Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye. Go away if you don't want to buy.
Buy some clothes and help me feed my... Step right up. I hope you'll be comfortable in it.
Despite being used, these goods are still fine. Take a look.
The worst clothes at the best price.
Despite being used, these goods are still fine. Take a look.
Oh, clothes will be worn well. Take my word.
Hello, mister. I've got some information for you. Heard you were asking.
Have you now? Well, let's hear it.
All of them bandits are getting ready for a bruising. Sticks and guns and angry faces all round.
I see. Better get the boys ready. Take this for your trouble.
Oh, thank you kindly, sir. Thank you.
Now we can get all of you at once. Be ready.
That's supposed to be Philip from London. Good impression.
Despite being used, these goods are still fine. Take a look.
Buy some clothes and help me feed my family.
Nasılsın? Not bad. Seni görmek güzel. What's up? Hello. Bad.
Hello.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
I thought we were against murder.
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
Don't bother.
We can overcome.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Time to knock this guy out.
How do you do? Too simple.
Take this!
The snuff's ready.
Don't cry, you'll live. Too simple.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Okay, I give up.
And here we are, Miss Sevigny. A place where we can talk about all your recent activities. We have a nice profile on you, you know.
What are you talking about? I didn't do anything.
Is there nothing you didn't do, Miss Sevigny? Thieve for the gang, break into the Armor Capello office, kill Niccolo Detti?
What? Kill? I didn't kill nobody. No, How?
So you admit the rest. I suppose you won't mind explaining some things to me then. You were in the Armor Capello office yesterday evening, Miss Sevigny. The same place that Niccolo Detti was found dead today. What happened?
How would you know? You can't prove anything?
It's written all over you, Miss Sevigny. I presume you did not intend your evening to end with a fall over the railing and a fracas with felines? Need I continue?
Zut alors! It was just a job, nothing else. I was asked to come. Here, see for yourself. I don't know who hired me, but I think they wanted to pin the crime on me. Poor Niccolo.
When were you offered this job?
Ah, mon Dieu. I don't remember precisely. I think the letter arrived around 9:30 in the evening. It sounded tricky, but the money was good.
And you arrived at the office?
Perhaps 45 minutes later. I am very good, sir. I was in and out in 5 minutes.
I don't like lies.
No, wait. Okay. It took 15 minutes. All right? Still impressive, no?
You knew Mr. Detti, how?
Niccolo and I grew up together. I hadn't seen him in years, then ran into him on the street, smiling with some lovely lady on his arm.
And that was the last time you saw him alive?
Wait, until I found him dead yesterday. That same woman was there, too. It can't be coincidence.
You saw a woman in the office?
Mm-hmm. She started screaming, so I slammed the safe door and ran when I saw a guard coming.
Your thieving days may well be over, Miss Sevigny. Until this matter is resolved, you will remain here. Good day.
I didn't do a thing.
What a long day.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
Is this note still valid?
Oh yes, we use this code by default for each safe. Now sometimes a buyer may ask to see how it can be changed, but I always reset it afterwards.
And the safe containing the body used the default code, I presume?
As it happens, no. In my demonstration, I wanted to show the bank clerks how easy it was to set a different combination.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm interested in some entries in your diary that may prove important. Could you elaborate on these ones here?
Bene. I won't name the detective, but rest assured that is unrelated to the investigation. It is just one of our clients. And those safe entries are about an interested party who was going to purchase the product. We met yesterday, and today were to finalize the transaction. Alas, that opportunity is no more.
You've been a good help.
Not much to say. I'm sorry.
What was your intent behind this note?
This is private, young man, and hardly relevant.
Its relevance, as it were, remains to be seen.
My wife Augusta joined me in business half a year ago, but works late hours. I worry because I love her. What else do you need to know?
I appreciate your candor.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Not much to say. I'm sorry.
I will return. What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who? What are you talking about?
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiastic artist, your marriage to Basilio could not have offered all you needed. And then about 6 months ago, you met Niccolo Detti. There was a spark, you started to see each other. It brought passion back into your life.
How could you?
But your tryst didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo, but rather than cease your affair, you took care to avoid the public eye. You started working with your husband at the office and met your lover there in the evening after Basilio departed. Billy would not notice, and you hoped neither would your husband. Do I have this right so far?
Yes. I love Basilio, I truly do. But his first passion is his work. I respect that, but it left me adrift. Niccolo. Sweet Niccolo. He was the man I needed. If he had had any other name, I would have talked to Basilio. But he was a Detti.
And your husband suspected something.
I think he did. He asked questions. Billy's schedule was moved forwards. Yes, he suspected.
And thus we arrive at the heart of the matter. How did Mr. Detty end up deceased in the safe?
I do not know.
Madam?
I don't know anything about his death.
Are you sure this is how you wish to proceed?
It is the truth. Please, just leave me be.
Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but I must go.
Oh, what a long day. What a long day.
Were you aware of this, Mr. Capello? Of the relationship between your wife and Niccolo Detty?
Enough! I will not hear it. Augusta is an impressionable woman feeling the stress of this horrible situation. She does not understand what she's saying.
I see. So, you think...
I think that if you want to help, you should stop bothering my wife and find the criminal responsible. Not much to say. I'm sorry.
Mr. Capello, have you anything to say about the burglar's claims?
Not a whit. The woman is a liar and a criminal. I don't give it the slightest credence, and neither should you. I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
How long have you known your wife, Mr. Capello?
How is that relevant, young man?
Please, I need a complete picture of all the parties involved. Consider, perhaps, the possibility that the burglar was targeting your wife.
It seems unlikely, though if a Detti was out to threaten my wife... We met 7 years ago. Augusta was a harpist with an Italian orchestra. The passion in her eyes back then. I am glad she still has some of it now.
And you and your wife get along well?
I love her most dearly, and I know Augusta loves me. I fear someday she may be bored at work, but I try to give her all she wants.
I will return. Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but I must go.
Long day.
Any progress with the case, Mr. Holmes?
I didn't do a thing.
Can we please do this later?
Mrs. Capello, would you think your husband capable of that which he is accused?
No. Basilio is a good man, a devoted man. I love him. He cares about his work and cares about me. He approaches all his passions with diligence and temerity. I think there is nothing he could not achieve if he set his mind to it. Indeed, in all our years together, I cannot recall a single business opportunity Basilio failed to see through.
Thank you, Mrs. Capello.
I'm just so exhausted, sir. I don't know. I'm just so exhausted, sir.
To the best of your knowledge, does the safe's combination remain the same?
Nearly always. We have a default combination code we use on all our products for convenience. My husband can change it, though.
And no others?
I don't know. I certainly can't. I don't know. Can we please do this later? I don't know. I'm just so exhausted, sir. I don't know.
Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but I must go.
I didn't do a thing.
Oh, what a long day.
Is this note still valid?
Oh, yes. We use this code by default for each safe. Now, sometimes a buyer may ask to see...
How long have you known your wife, Mr. Capello?
How is that relevant, young man?
Please, I need...
Another question? I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
What was your intent behind this note?
This is private, young... I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Another question? Another question? I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
I'm interested in some entries in your diary that may prove important. Could you... Mr. Capello, have you anything to say about the burglar's claims?
I didn't do a thing.
Can we please do this later? I'm just so exhausted, sir. I don't know. Can we please do this later? I'm just so exhausted, sir.
Mrs. Capello, please take a moment to study this profile. Is this the woman who was in the office yesterday?
I don't remember. Please, I feel faint at the mere thought of it.
I see. Forgive me for expecting a gentleman's stamina. Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but I must go. What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who? What are you talking about?
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiastic artist. Your marriage to Basilio could not have offered all you needed. And then about 6 months ago, you met Niccolo Detti. There was a spark, you started to see each other. It brought passion back into your life.
How could you?
But your tryst didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo, but rather than cease your affair, you took care to avoid the public eye. You started working with your husband at the office and met your lover there in the evening after Basilio departed. Billy would not notice, and you hoped neither would your husband. Do I have this right so far?
Yes. I love Basilio, I truly do. But his first passion is his work. I respect that, but it left me adrift. Niccolo. Sweet Niccolo. He was the man I needed. If he had had any other name, I would have talked to Basilio. But he was a Detti.
And your husband suspected something?
I think he did. He asked questions. Billy's schedule was moved forwards. Yes, he suspected.
And thus we arrive at the heart of the matter. How did Mr. Detti end up deceased in the safe?
I do not know.
Madam?
I don't know anything about his death.
Are you sure this is how you wish to proceed?
It is the truth. Please, just leave me be.
Apologies, Mrs. Capello, but I must go. It is a shame it has come to this, but it is patently obvious that you are responsible for Niccolo Detti's death.
How dare you? I wouldn't want him to.
I see you need some persuasion. I know that Niccolo Detti went to the office to meet you. It was a midnight tryst. Niccolo would visit the office once Basilio left, but this time he returned. So you hid Niccolo in the safe. A foolish move.
I didn't know the code had changed. It was the only choice. I couldn't let him be found. I loved him.
Really? You could have saved his life by simply speaking with your husband, but you sought to free him another way. To free Mr. Detti, you hired Felicia Sevigny, a petty burglar, to crack the safe. And as a result, you killed your lover.
No. It's because the combination had changed. It is not my fault.
You are splitting hairs, Mrs. Capello. The fact remains you chose to risk Niccolo's life rather than call your husband. And I know why. You were afraid how it would affect the reputation of the Capellos, and you feared what your husband would do as a consequence.
He's a good man, but he cares about his business, about the family. It would have destroyed him.
And now he's accused of murder, Mrs. Capello. How considerate of you.
Mio Dio, how did this all happen?
Despite your best intentions, Mrs. Capello, I believe you are to blame for this sorry affair, not Basilio.
I think you're right, sir. Basilio, he does not deserve this. None of this.
It is not my place to decide what is deserved, but perhaps you now know what to say to the inspector.
I do.
Good day, madam.
I don't think Mrs. Capello did this on purpose. I would have let her go. Come on, Sherry. Say, I am the law.
Oh, so it has taken root.
What's taken root? As I recall, when we were growing up, this theatre didn't welcome kids.
You've forgotten, John. Come to the back entrance and I'll refresh your memory.
Yeah, I still see nothing.
You need to focus, my dear friend. Watch me. Here was our glorious stage. Ring any bells?
We don't need to dwell on the past, Sherry.
And Hamlet's mother, Gertrude, taking poison. What was the name of that girl? Oh, Georgina, of course. She was our neighbour.
Oh, I remember her. She liked you.
And there you were, the best supporting actor. My silent scene partner, my Yorick. Your presence inspired me and brought me to tears.
Yeah, it hurt to know that's all I could be. Inspiration. I couldn't even play the king's ghost. How's that for irony? To be or not to be? Indeed.
I know why you wanted to forget. The show forced you to confront your limits, except no one else would ever see you but me. Why do you think I cried? In the end, the audience was thrilled. I can still hear their roars after the final act.
You were so pleased with yourself when the theatre director came down to admire your work.
He applauded. A huge gesture from a man for whom children on stage was an anathema.
One small step for a man, one giant leap for students of the dramatic arts.
Childhood is a time of naivety. I cannot now imagine seeking a career as an actor, drinking wine all day and gaily treading the boards at night.
Yet you often pretend to be someone else in your search for the truth. You can't act like this side of you disappeared completely.
Quite. This, above all, to thine own self be true.
The worst clothes and the despite being used, these goods are still... Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye. I hope you like what you brought.
Step right up. I hope you'll be comfortable in it.
Never mind. Could you help me?
Brother, you found the right person to ask.
I can't seem to find the boss. Where's Panzer?
I'm not your nanny, you daft muck snipe. I need to get more men to warehouse too now, so quit bothering me, will you?
My cross informer should be somewhere around here. Try not to mess it up, or you'll blow his cover.
Why do we have to pay them to look the other way? It's not like we can't just...
Excuse me, just one question.
Hey, you're a lucky man. I know about this.
He could have been more helpful, but all right.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Nah, never come across anything like this.
What happened?
What a bunch of loafers.
It's strange, but why should we complain? We'll be twice as fast.
Boy, these crates are heavy.
Who the hell is that? Get him!
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend.
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
It won't work this way.
I couldn't miss the party.
The snuff's ready.
No more.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm gonna hurt you.
Don't. The snuff's ready.
Eat lead. I'm coming for you.
Time to knock this guy out.
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't cry, you'll live.
We can overcome the brute.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'll put you 6 feet under. Not that easy.
Overcome him. Don't rush.
I'm coming. I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
I'm coming for you.
Don't cry, you'll live.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
The snuff's...
No more crime for you until next...
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
No, you killed him.
Well...
Who the hell is that? Get him!
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm coming. Eat lead.
Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff. Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't cry, you'll live.
No, you killed him. Time to knock this...
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Take this!
We can over... Overcome him. Don't...
I'm coming.
Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready.
Not that easy. I couldn't miss the party. I'm coming for you.
Who the hell is that? Get him!
I couldn't miss the party.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm coming.
Overcome him, don't...
I couldn't miss the party.
No more crime for you until...
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving. You've lost. Don't cry, you'll live.
Not that easy. I couldn't miss the party. Get ready for some pain. I'm coming for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready. He's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take this! Put you 6 feet under.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm coming.
Weaken him first.
I'm coming for you. I'm coming.
I thought we were against murder. Time to knock this guy out. No, you killed him!
I'm coming.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't cry, you'll live. Panzer is captured, but alive. Now, to report to Miss Sertle. I deduced the location of Friedrich Panzer and was able to apprehend him.
So I heard. What a coup. Congratulations are in order. And a new article in the paper. Perhaps sterling stranger squashes smugglers?
How kind of you. I'm sure with little more thought you will land on the perfect headline.
Huh? With a little more thought, you're no writer, Mr. Holmes. Leave it to someone who knows what sells. Since you're here, Mr. Holmes, how about an interview? Strictly on background? Get to know the real you. Mycroft is rather tight-lipped, as you know.
Information is Mycroft's currency, and he does not disperse it lightly. He will tell you a barefaced lie without hesitation if it advances his cause. As for your request, I'm afraid the real me pales in comparison to your vivid imagination. An interview would do us both a disservice.
Perhaps it's best to let the mystery be. Now, on to other matters. We have another case for you. Are you interested?
I'd never hear the end of it from Mycroft if I declined, so please, Miss Sertle, fill me in.
I cannot. Your brother insisted that the contents of this envelope were for your eyes only. I can merely wish you a clear mind and a fleet foot.
May I ask for your assistance?
I usually have an answer for everything, but not for this.
Sherry, I think we're getting the hang of this.
An excellent example of Mayan culture from Guatemala.
When you're finished... Here, can we build a wigwam from the blankets? Like in the good old days? I can sense an incoming memory, Sherry. Do you?
The most important thing is not to taste it. I was so frustrated to find only one bed in this room. Mycroft initially refused to bring another for you, but after a week-long dispute, he gave in.
What a stubborn man. How well do you think he would sleep without a bed? Oh, the room looks nice now. It's comforting to see the way it was meant to be.
My mother always preferred to spend her rare moments of lucidity with me.
That's true. She even stopped Mycroft from joining you. Remember?
I do. He didn't show it, but he was upset. I think Mother paid more attention to me because I was younger. I imagine Goliath was surprised to find out his lady was not real.
found the treasure. You and I make a good team. Nice find. It was well hidden, but no match for this dynamic duo.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect them all and return for more.
dusty. Hasn't been touched for a couple of days. You did wear your favourite boots. Such devotion. Angelo's footprints end here, abruptly. Not a good sign. Someone had to stand here for a couple of hours at least. This must have left a grievous wound. A colourful piece of fabric as a bookmark. An elegant decision. "11 cigarette ends of the same brand. Somebody spent some considerable time here. A hasty job by an amateur, but Angelo was taken by surprise nevertheless." Help me, please.
You shouldn't have left your mansion. You won't get any answers from me.
Is this familiar to you?
Brother, you're fortunate I know something about this.
Green silk, a bit worn and faded, but still an impressive hat. Someone desperately tried to stop the bleeding. I think I found the place where they took Angela.
I'm coming for you.
Take a rest, my friend.
I thought we were against murder. Time to knock this guy out.
Joseph.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother moving.
Give him the pepper snuff. Hey, you could have kept him alive.
Get ready for some pain.
I thought we were against murder.
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready.
Don't bother.
Give him the... No, you killed him!
Don't bother.
I'm coming.
We can overcome the brute now.
Joseph. No more crime for you and...
The snuff's ready.
I'm coming for you.
Don't cry.
Give him the pepper snuff. I thought we were against murder.
I'm coming.
Take a rest, my friend.
Hey, you could have kept him alive. Time to knock this guy out. We can overcome the brute now.
My couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
I thought we were against murder.
The bandits had as much fun as they could.
Oh, they got themselves a nice setup in here for a gang.
A primary instrument of torture. How vicious one must be to have to use it in such a way. An engraving inside, together always and forever. A severed finger. No one deserves such cruelty. They were tracking down Angelo. Keys of different shapes and sizes. What could you open with these? Bloodstains all over the mattress. He sustained a great many injuries. They severed his finger while he was still alive. At last, I found you, Angelo. Quite a collection of books, but none of them with FD as the author.
Oh, they got themselves a nice setup in here for a gang.
Bloodstains all over the mattress. Bloodstains all over the mattress. Mycroft should know about this. Quite a collection of books, but none of them with FD as the author. What did you hide, Angela?
Seems like Mycroft will get the book he wanted after all. Do you think it has a coded message inside?
Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky.
That was a pretty clever hiding place, don't you reckon? That was a pretty clever hiding place, don't you reckon? That was a pretty clever hiding place, don't you reckon? That was a pretty clever... hiding place, don't you reckon? That was a pretty clever...
Ah, the illustrious Mr. Holmes returns no worse for wear. And with a gripping tale to tell, no doubt.
While the matter proved rather simple in the end, I'm afraid the details are not for your ears, nor your readers.
How very tantalizing. Your brother asked that I collect your report, and a book, if you obtained it.
Here is my report, and Miss Sertle. He will know if you opened it. I also retrieved the book for Mycroft.
Crime and Punishment. Sounds appropriate.
More than you may think.
Uh-huh. How so?
With Mycroft involved, I'm not sure I can say more. I suggest you take this up with him.
After all our time together, this is how the story ends? With a whimper? I thought you were a servant of truth, Mr. Holmes. I'm watching you closely, Mr. Holmes.
Any progress with the case, Mr. Holmes?
The shocking confession of Augusta Capello. Killer. The cheapest news on the island. Thank you.
It looks as though someone or something has escaped.
A statue of a buckled cage inside a city full of criminals. Let's take a closer look, Sherry. Another treasure located. Let's celebrate.
It used to contain a silver statue of a miner's canary. They were often used by miners to detect fire. For the ones who gave their lives in the silver mines, for the safety and prosperity of Miners' End, 1830. The lattice work was bent a long time ago. A gloomy picture,
but quite poetic. A symbol of safety and prosperity has vanished from Miners' End, and now only the cage is left to remind the residents of their past glory.
The canary was stolen a long time ago. There's no hope in finding it now, but perhaps someone might know at least something about it. We should ask the people around here. Do you know anything about this?
I'll tell you what I know, my friend.
My grandma, God bless her, had known the man who was...
The thief died in grief. A poetic story for such an unpoetic place.
Safety is gone, and tears take the rest.
Our clothes will be all
The best the flea markets can offer. Take a look, maybe something will catch your eye. I hope you like what you bought. Now it looks exactly like it was a decade ago.
I can almost feel the memories hitting me. Oh, I remember now. I never liked the way the books were sorted on these shelves.
That you didn't. Your brother often struggled to find his reading materials after our visits.
One of the most ridiculous fakes I ever saw. Its owner insisted it was a polar bear. He thought the white paint on the brown fur wasn't noticeable.
We found the treasure. You and I make a good team. Another treasure located. Let's celebrate.
Now then.
All fresh issues are sold out.
It was in the very place marked on the treasure map.
Nice to see you.
Nice find. It was well hidden, but no match for this dynamic duo. Sherry, I think we're getting the hang of this. Sherry, I think we're getting the hang of this. We found the treasure. You and I make a good team. Sherry, I think we're getting the hang of this.
Treasure maps from the governor. Find 8 and come back for more.